Okay, y'all. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Sophia. And hello, Anita. Nice to see you both today. How are we doing? I literally just finished my lunch. Like, I was chewing the last bite when I came on camera. So that's done. I've eaten my lunch. Go me. I ate before the stream. That's amazing. That hardly ever happens. So, how y'all doing today? I'm trying to get off the struggle bus. You know, y'all know I've been struggling the last couple weeks. If you've looked at the Facebook group today, you'll see I again forgot to put up my events for the week. And the thing is, like, I want to like poke my other event runners to post their events because a bunch of them has stopped doing it in the Facebook group. So but I I forgot to post mine, but I still posted them before the event, so I feel like I get credit for that. So Ariel's here. Hello, Ariel. Nice to see you. I got a burp. It's not coming. Ugh, I hate that. It's like right there. Okay. Sophia says, getting stuff done and my brain is trying to claim my stomach is empty. It is not. My brain just wants chocolate, but my brain is not in charge today. What's in charge? If it's not your brain, Sophia, what's in charge? That is hilarious. No, I get it, because I struggle. Like, I call that, when I'm going through something like that, I say I'm very eaty today. Like, I want to eat everything. So, oh, your spirit, which is stronger. Yes. Huzzah. Huzzah. So, yeah. But I can relate to that, even though, you know, I like the phrasing, and the phrasing made me laugh. I can 100% relate to that. Yeah, I have my days, and they're more common than uncommon, where I'm very eaty, and and it's annoying. Anita says, I was going to be industrious and upload the print version of my book to Ingram, but they're down for maintenance, because of course they are. Of course they are. So, well, hopefully they will come back up soon. Like, who does maintenance? Like, they must have had some sort of a crisis, because nobody does maintenance on a weekday during business hours unless you have to. Unless it's like a multi-day maintenance thing, but like regular maintenance happens on the weekends. So yeah. But so my first thing today, what are y'all working on today? Well, we know what Anita's not working on. I have for the last couple weeks forgotten John Hartness from Falstaff, who was very gracious with this offer. So Falstaff sponsors the writer's track at DragonCon, which means they're in the room the whole time. They've given away books, all kinds of stuff. And they also do, and they've done this, they do this all the time, not just for DragonCon. So they do a sampler of Falstaff. So it's like a bunch of first chapters of Falstaff books. Now, I don't have a Falstaff book. Like, Falstaff hasn't published any of my books because I haven't given them any books to publish yet. But he asked me if I wanted to put the first book of my self-published series, the first chapter of the first book of my self-published series, in the Falstaff sampler. Because I edit for Falstaff. I don't currently have any books out with Falstaff. And he knows the struggles I've been having the last few years. And so he was super gracious, and I was like, yes, but I was in Chicago visiting my dad at the time. And so I said, I'll do it when I get home. And I remembered when I got home, but then I got sidetracked by other things. And then, of course, I've had a really difficult last several weeks. Like, not me personally, but people in my life who I've had to, like, support and help through really awful, tragic things. Excuse me. And I completely forgot. And so he pinged me. He said, "Did you want that in the sampler?" And I was like, "Oh shit, yeah." So That's what I'm doing this first sprint. I said I will do it at the sprint or on the stream. So that's what I'm working on. Sophia says right now I'm beta reading for Nyx Flare. That's awesome. Soon I'm dealing with the beans that I'm prepping for chili later this week, and then I will be editing. Oh girl, I love chili. I make really good chili. I need to make some soon because we're also getting to that season after Dragon Con. I think I'll do a big pot of chili because they usually make this gigantic pot, or it's not a pot, it's a crock pot. But I usually make this gigantic batch and then, do like put it in individual serving sizes and chuck it in the freezer. I'll usually do one or two like double serving sizes because, my husband and I usually eat the same food. But sometimes we're like, oh, I feel like chili, and I'll be like, oh, I don't feel like chili, or the other way around. So yeah, that's a good plan. Good plan, Sophia. Anita says, I have to do some, y'all, words are hard. Anita says, I do have some emails to draft, but then not sure. Maybe art, maybe writing. So many options. Ariel says, the surgery happened last week. Oh, and you're still recovering. How are you feeling? Some days are better than others, but glad to finally have that done. Good, good. So I'm glad, obviously it went well, right? So yes, that's awesome. I'm so sorry, and everything that's been going on with me in the last couple weeks, I completely forgot you had your surgery. So I'm glad that it went well. And I'm talking to her and the audio's weird on her end. So now, she's not hearing anything I'm saying. All right. Anita says, also, the evil chicken has intrigued another person who wanted to know about the book. Yes. Yes. I think you should, make the evil chicken, very, you may want to just, commission an artist to do, another artist who does, funny art, that I envision. I know you do art, and don't get me wrong, but I'm thinking drawing this funny chicken, find somebody whose style matches your vision, because as a person who, I don't really do art, but everybody's got their style, right? So I don't know. It's just a suggestion, because if it just looks like a regular chicken, I don't know that it's going to be as fun for people. You need to merchandise this all the fuck over the place. People will buy this shit, but it's got to be cool. So, okay. Sorry. Do what you want, Anita. You don't have to listen to me, obviously. Okay. Welcome back, Ariel. What I was saying is that I'm so glad your surgery went well. I'm so glad you're recovering. And I had forgotten in all of the stuff that's been going on with me and people in my immediate circle the last couple of weeks, I'd completely forgotten that your surgery was last week. So I'm so glad that it went well. I'm assuming it went well. And you're on the road to recovery. So we're so glad you're here with us. It is a regular chicken, just a magic evil chicken. No, I understand. But you could have different versions. I just think that it would be it works both ways. I don't know. I'm talking out my ass. You know how I am. I'm just making suggestions. So, yeah, it is warm in here. I'm going to turn on my new little vent. Hang on. There's only there it is. There's only a couple positions because the vent's over on the other side of the desk. So those who don't know, I bought this vent that goes where your vent cover goes. And it's actually a fan, and it pulls the cool air out of the ventilation system into the room, because I don't get strong, that fan is not high enough. Hang on. I don't get a strong, what's the word, y'all? Flow? It's not flow, because it's not water, but it's not strong enough. Downstairs it's very strong because it's closer to the unit, but I'm farthest from the unit. So it pulls the cool air, and it has helped with my office immensely. But like the remote control, which is fabulous, because you can like turn it up, you can set the temperature on it. I don't know how that works, but because it's cold air. I don't anyway. But you can set the fan speed and all kinds of stuff. But there's only like there's only like a very specific position where I can actually do it from my desk. Okay, it's not wanting to go. Unless I just accidentally turned it off. I might have accidentally turned it off. Oh yeah, it was on all night, I think. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so it's very loud though. When it's on full blast, it's very loud. So if y'all end up hearing it and it's too distracting, please tell me and I'll turn it down. But it's currently 77 and it's a lot easier to keep it from getting hotter. It's a lot easier to keep it from getting hotter than it is to bring the temperature down. So, all right. Ariel says, no worries, I'm doing better overall, but I still have some ways to go, I imagine. I woke up from surgery with numbness in my right leg. Unfortunately, that's due to the nerve being compressed for so long. Eventually that will heal, but it will take some time. Yeah, nerve damage takes a long time. Those are probably the things that take the longest to heal, I think, in our bodies, our nerves. So, can you walk? Like, does it impede your walking? Because I imagine the numbness, like if your entire leg is numb, yeah, that's going to keep you from walking. But, there's a difference between the entire leg and foot and everything being numb and just having some numbness, if that makes sense. So anyway, you don't have to share that if you're not comfortable sharing it, obviously. All right, so like I said, this round, I'm going to be working on grabbing that first chapter, sending it over to John, and all the things. And I should be able to do it in the 20 minutes. But, we need to set up our... Hang on, let me pull this up. We need to set up and try to lure our next spirit, although we're kind of running out of spirits. I have to get the other ones. We've got 2 on the main page that I don't have yet, which means there's going to be 2 on this page. These may be the 2 that I feel like this one, this one should be one. Carefully prepare your ingredients, which I guess is probably chopping. Start early to have lunches ready on time, so that's going to be morning. A pinch of magical dust from a spirit friend can add some spice. So we need the one with the ears. This one. Dust Bunny. That's the one with the ears. That should be this one, right? Yep. Okay. So we are going to do activity, kitchen. So it's prepare your ingredients. So I'm going to assume that means chopping. And then we're already, do we have morning? Yeah, we're already in morning. And then we need spirit companion, this little guy. And although I think we've done that little guy before, haven't we? We're gonna be the rainbow. We're gonna do the rainbow. Okay, so let's see. Is that yes? All right. So we are luring. Okay, so we are good to go, and hopefully we'll have a new one. I can walk, but I can't feel the back of my leg. Gotcha. Okay, well that's better than it could be, because like if you couldn't feel your foot, you wouldn't be able to walk at all. So yeah, at least you can walk. Look, we're 95% complete. Thank you, Anita, for that contribution to the stream challenge. We are so close. But, yeah, I had to extend it because it had ended at like 93%. And I was like, so I popped in there a few minutes ago and turned it back on. So yeah, we're so close. Look at that. So close. Huzzah. Huzzah. I feel like we just need like 2 more people. So maybe we'll get some folks in. Okay, So, shall we get into this? I'm gonna do my thing. Ariel, what are you doing? I hope that you're just like reading some fanfic or playing some games or something and just relaxing or, something that's not gonna require you to have to sit in some position you don't like or whatever. So, let us know what you're working on. Do 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 do. So Sophia's doing beta reading, and Anita's doing emails. Ariel is resting. Excellent, but I hope to write at some point since I feel motivated. Excellent, excellent. Just make sure, if your back starts bothering you, change position, lay down, whatever, because you can write with a notebook too. You don't necessarily have to write on a computer, assuming that's what you're doing. So just rest. Good plan. All right, y'all. So I've got 20 minutes on the clock. We're gonna have music. We're gonna continue to listen to the blues channel, courtesy of Sophia. See, I didn't forget. Aren't you proud of me? All right. So I got 20 minutes on the clock. Let's get going, y'all.
Rose F Xi Rose F Xi Rose F Xi Pox Hyperclapox Hyperclapox Hyperclap Rose F Rose F Rose F Ox Weox Weox We Theritin Love Theritin Love Theritin Love Theritin Word Theritin Word Rose FCX Rose Rose FCX Rose Rose FCX Rose Rose F
Okay, y'all, that's the sprint. Welcome in, Rose. How you doing? How you doing? How'd everybody do that round? So I did put together the Word document for Falstaff, but what I realized is that my first chapter is like only 3 pages. So I sent John a message and asked him how long they usually have, because I've got a prologue that's 3 pages, a first chapter that's 3 pages, and a second chapter that's 9 pages. So I think he's probably going to want all 3 of those. But I wanted to confirm first. So, let's see. Anita got the emails done. Huzzah! Rose says, I'm okay, just fighting with my day job project. I mean, I feel like that's typical, right? Typical. Okay, that's everybody who's updated. So I then, after I sent that message and did not get a response yet, I shifted over, because the other thing I have to do, as Rose well knows, because we talked about it, is do some emails for my volunteers. So now usually when I do emails to a group that I'm leading, like my multiverse directors or whatever, I usually, because I don't like 18 million emails myself, personally. I don't like a bunch of emails. Send me, like, tell me what you got to tell me all in one email and whatever. But I don't know that that's common. I'm starting to get the impression that I really need to break up my emails. So I'm just going to send a bunch of little emails to my volunteers, and we'll see how that works out. So I'm working on sending a couple different emails. I also want to set up a spreadsheet. So usually for the writer's track at DragonCon, we don't actually have a volunteer schedule. And that has always worked in the past, but there's also kind of a level of stress with it, because, you know, we just kind of make sure we have enough people in the room kind of on the fly. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a spreadsheet that has all of the panels in it for the track, and let me know what they want to be in the room for. And because I want at least 2 people in the room at all time, for all panels. But also we've got 2 rooms, because we also do the mentoring sessions in a little room that's in the same general area, but kind of a little away from where we are, and we need at least one person. We need two. I want two people because I don't want one person to have to do every single one. And I think I'm gonna take my assistant director, and he's gonna be sort of in charge of that part, and he can work out with one or two other volunteers. Like, I mean, I'm gonna have that on the spreadsheet as well, but he's gonna be the one in charge of that piece. Let's see. Anita says, now I'm going to make an evil chicken chibi. Evil chibi chicken. Just for me. Oh my god, I love you so much. It's going to be awesome. Ariel says, I did rest, but I also looked through my schedule for Dragon Con. Excellent. Rose says, I appreciate your all-in-one-place approach, but that's also how I tend to do it. When I ran a nano group, my emails were always long with headers and everything. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. And the other thing I do is I put any links, which I don't know if you noticed this, Rose, but, and for those who don't know, Rose is the co-director of the Right Track for Multiverse now, so congratulations, my friend, whatever that might mean. So what I do is I put all the links that I reference in the email at the bottom, labeled, this is the link for this is the link for that, this is for the link for that, which I think encourages people to read the email, or when they get to the bottom, they're like, wait a minute, what is, that link is X. I don't know what I need that link for, and then they'll go back and read the email. That's my thinking, because human beings, I find that most human beings, when it comes to reading emails, are not detail-oriented. They do not read the email. I mean, and I'm guilty of this in some instances as well. But yeah. So anyway, so I'm going to try doing multiple emails and see how that works out. Sophia says, beta reading is done! And both kinds of beans are done. You can cross everything off your list from that sprint. Great job, Sophia! Ariel says, I will most likely spend a lot of time in the writer's track since there's a lot of good panels and less walking between hotels. That's important. So yes, we do have a lot of good panels. Thank you for noticing. So, all right. Yeah. Okay, so I'm still waiting on a response from John about how long he wants the sample to be. And so I'm just going to continue with these emails. Okay. So Rose is struggling with day job stuff. Whee! Okay. So let's get back into it. So those of you who did the stuff you needed to do that round, what are you working on now? What are you working on, Sophia? What are you working on, Anita? Are you working on my chibi chicken? I'm just going to call it that from now on. It's not the evil chicken, it's the chibi chicken. Sophia's working on chapter 22. Excellent. I knew that what that was for, Rose. I knew. So I'm so excited to have you on the team. You just have no idea. Basically this year I drafted Rose for all of my teams where I needed volunteers. That's pretty much what happened. So, yeah, she's working on the chibi chicken. Yes, I cannot wait. Okay. All right, well, let's go ahead and get into it. Let me find we still haven't lured our spirit yet. Okay. Are we ready? Let's go. Oh, hey, Rose, real quick. Contribute to the 6-hour stream. Real quick, before you forget. All right, let's go. y'all. I was not paying attention to the timer at all. So that's the sprint. How did you do? So John got back to me about what he wanted, so I sent that off so I can check that shit off the list. So I'm working on the first email to the volunteers, which I'm almost done with. It's just like an introductory email and tell us about yourself kind of thing. And then I've got at least one more email after that. Well, two more emails. But the third total email, so the second of the two I still have to do, I need to put together the spreadsheet first. So I'll send this email, then compose the next email, then work on the spreadsheet, then send the last email. So that's kind of how I'm thinking. Okay. Sophia watched an episode of Parks and Rec. Cool. Now on to edits. But first, we're going to take a break. Anita, Jimmy Chicken is coming along nicely. I am really looking forward to seeing how this works out. I'm very excited. All right. Let's take a little break. So if you need something to eat, something to drink, I'm almost out of tea. If you need to use the facilities, which I need to do, please feel free to do that. This is a time we've set aside for that. And if you've been sitting this whole time and you are physically able, consider getting up and stretching your body a little bit so you don't get too stiff just sitting there. Also, your first reminder, if you have not as yet taken your meds, and you should have taken your meds by now, please take a second to do that. Otherwise, do whatever you need to do. I will be back in probably less than 5, if I'm being honest. And then we'll get back into it. So Ariel says, started watching a steamy Asian drama. Aren't you fancy pants with your steamy Asian dramas? So, all right. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? We'll be right back. Oh, I'm loving this little station here. Yeah, so I wish we got blues more often, but I'm liking a lot of them, so we'll have that in my liked playlist. Um, what was I gonna say? Oh, so I don't know if y'all have watched this movie, and it's called Split, and it has James McAvoy in it. It is really good. It's about. It also has the chick who is in oh, what's the name of that? It was that series about the female chess player. That chick. I can't think of her name. It's a very simple name and I can't think of it. Anyway. And it's about these 3 girls who get kidnapped by this guy, but he has DID, so he has, multiple personalities. And it's really good. James McAvoy in that was really good. I really enjoyed it. I watched it last night just like, oh, what is this? And I kind of watched the trailer and I was like, well, that looks okay. And I found it, like, he did such an incredible job, like, portraying these different personalities. It was really good. I enjoyed it. So if you're into something like that, I watched it on, I don't remember which streaming service it was on. It was not on Paramount. I think it was either on Hulu or HBO Max. One of the two. I don't remember which. I think it was Hulu, but I'm not positive. Anyway, I recommend it. I found it very entertaining, really interesting. I really liked the characters and the way the actors portrayed them. I thought it was really good. So, if you needed a movie rec, there it is. So, okay. What else? Okay, so I'm going to be working on those emails. Y'all, my brain. I cannot believe Dragon Con is a week from tomorrow. I'm not ready. I mean, the track is ready. I'm not ready. So, yeah. So, yeah, but also, Ariel, number 1, you just had surgery. Number 2, you're a cosplayer, so of course, like, you have extra stuff to get ready. I don't have any of those issues. I'm just not ready. So, alright. So let's try to get me ready. And, we found our spirit. Do we want to meet our spirit now, or do we want to wait and meet our spirit after the next sprint? Let me know in the chat. What was I going to say? Oh, I'm getting a headache. Y'all. I'm going to add. So I started these boy drops, which I actually started them several months ago, and I kind of have fallen off because I realized that when I started them, it was still cool out, and so I was drinking a lot of hot drinks, and there's no taste when you put it in a hot drink. But when you put it in a cold drink, I can taste it, especially as I get to the bottom. So I haven't been using it as much, but I did like it. So the one I've got 3. I've got like immunity drops, brain health drops, and energy drops. And I hardly ever use the energy drops because I'm sensitive to caffeine. As a matter of fact, this is from my very first order and it's only like this far down. But the other ones, I don't know how well the immunity drops are. You never know that, right? But the brain health drops I found very useful. They, like, when I was using them regularly. So I'm trying to, Okay, so Ariel wants to meet our new spirit now, and since nobody else has chimed in, I guess, Ariel, you have decided for us. All right. Let's go. Aww. It's got a little cucumber slice. Bento Bunny. All right. If you've ever opened up your lunchbox to find something missing, chances are you have a resident bento bunny. Soft and cuddly with a fur as fluffy as rice, these sleepy little spirits love to nap inside packed lunches. Like their fuzzy counterpart dust bunnies, bento bunnies have a habit of hoarding tiny treasures, preferring sliced veggies and fruits over buttons and paper clips. Even inedible garnishes still catch bento bunnies' fancy, and they'll often wear them as decorative accessories. If you're living with a bento bunny companion, make sure to pack a little bit extra in your lunch. If you pack their favorite treats, you may just find your meal organized into an adorable little diorama. How cute is that? Y'all. That is so cute. Why won't it go away? There we go. Okay, so that means we need to switch our spirit companion to our new friend. There they are. And we have these colors. So we have pink, because of course we always have pink. And then we have brown. So I wish you could, I love how when you like change them up, like watch the cucumber slice. They drop it, they're like, oh, looking around, did anybody see it? Okay, we're gonna go with the brown because I'm not really a pink girl. What is that on the corner? That is it's hard to see what that is on its ear. Okay, anyway, okay, so that's who we're gonna go with. And then we're going to go back because originally I was at the fireplace and I was sipping because they have a little thing. Look at that. He's got his little cucumber in his cup. How cute is that? He's dunking his cucumber in his cup. I am dying here. Okay, so this is what we're going with, y'all. I wonder if I can, let me see something real quick. See if we can get like a slightly closer look at him. There he is. Okay, so, oh, we can't sip here. We can sip at the bay window, but again, he's pretty far away. We can't sip at the bed. He's gaming. He's reading. Now, we're going to do the desk, I think, because I just want a little close-up of him. Because I just think he's very cute. Let's see if we can get him to do stuff with us. Gaming. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, y'all. I'm done being silly. Probably not, if we're being honest. Okay, that is the end of our break, my friends. Oh, I forgot to, hang on. I forgot to turn the timer back on before I turned off the visibility. Okay. Y'all ready? 20 minutes on the clock. There's an ad that starts in about a minute, just as a heads up. So if you need to like lower your volume or whatever, go ahead. All right, here we go. Okay, that's that sprint. Come on back, y'all. Come on back. How'd you do? How did you do? I got one email done, and then I got sidetracked by multiple other things while trying to do the other email, including checking with my assistant director for the writer's track, make sure he is okay with what I want him to do this year, which he is fine. So yeah, so just chugging along. I feel like I'm more focused today than I have been in months, if I'm being honest. Even though I still also feel scattered because there are a lot of things I'm trying to keep in my mind so I don't forget them, which I should just write them down, but I'm an idiot and I'm not doing that. I don't know why. You know how sometimes your brain, you know you need to do a thing and your brain's saying, no, don't do that thing. Don't do that thing. I know it'll help you and it'll take some stress off of you, but I'm not willing to engage in that. That's what my brain is doing today. So yeah. So how'd you do? How's that steamy Asian romance, Ariel? Or steamy Asian, whatever it was. Drama, that's what it was. Rose says, my brain tells me don't do that thing about work every day. Yes. But you're like working for someone else. I work for myself. And I'm still telling myself not to do the shit that I need to do. So, yeah. The chicken is almost done. We are going to have a chibi chicken unveiling soon, I hope. I love that you're doing this, Anita. It cracks me up. You know, it would be really cool when the book comes out and stuff. Like, really, really play up the evil chicken. And then you can call for fan art. And then you can, like, use that in your social media marketing. You know? Like, I think that is fabulous. I love this. I love this for you. Rose says, yeah, I've been doing that about editing my sports romance since like April. Girl, yes. Yes, evil chicken fan art, right? It's gonna be the best. Like, I'm like you, I feel like, Anita, I feel like you've like, I don't know, I'm gonna say tripped and fallen because like in your shoes it would be, I feel like I have tripped and fallen into this amazing marketing, you know, angle. So Sophia says, hey, if you read a friend's self-published book and you didn't care much for it, but it didn't have that many reviews, would you lie? Don't review or be honest. Ooh, that's hard. I think it would depend. Like, because either way, if you promised a review and you're not reviewing, you're gonna have to explain to the author. And if it's just that it's like not my cup of tea, like the particular story itself, like the genre or whatever, or the tropes, then, you know, I just say, you know, I can still review it and be like, okay, you know, 4 stars. It's not really my cup of tea genre wise, but, you know, it's fine. The writing has some issues. Yeah, I wouldn't review it and I probably wouldn't bring it up. Unless they ask. And then if they ask, then I would say, I feel like the writing, did they get it edited? You know, it'd just say, couch it like, I feel like you're still early in your writing journey and I'm excited to see how your writing improves. I think this is still an early attempt, you know? Nope, no edits. And they published it with no edits at all. Like, did they at least have beta readers or anything? Or did they just like finish it and put it out? I mean, I would, if they're a friend, if they're really a friend, not just somebody I know, and they wanted to have a conversation about it, I would probably sit down and I would be honest with them. Try to be kind and gentle, but still be honest. Their own edits and I think some beta reading. Yeah, the problem with beta reading is if you don't have someone beta reading it who understands how to improve writing, it's not, you know, if you're not going to get an editor of some kind, even if it's just like a copy editor or something, because most copy editors, if they see something that's problematic, they'll make a note. They're not going to help you fix it, but they'll usually point it out. In my experience, the ones I know anyway. It's also why I don't do copy editing, because I can't help doing that. I can't help developmental editing if I'm editing. I can't help it. I suggested I beta read their next work. you need to think about whether you want to take that on. So, or you can tell them you will edit it for a small fee and just like charge them just a little bit of money. You can make a little money, they're going to get better feedback. So I could point out some issues in general. Yeah. So, it wasn't bad, just to be clear. Oh, good. I'm glad it wasn't bad. Yeah, then I mean, if they're an actual friend versus just somebody you know, I would probably have that conversation. I would say, you know, I think this is a really good start, but I think it could have benefited from being edited. Having, you know, some sort of someone who understands how to help you improve the writing. There were just some issues that I felt were so easily fixed. Yeah, I would say that. Say that. I didn't think it was bad. I didn't not like it. I'm looking forward to seeing how your writing improves over time, because somebody like that who they have enough understanding to create a decent story even without having the writing chops, if that makes sense, then they have the potential to be really, really good, because they're already starting out at a higher level than some other authors, right? So, oh, hello, Thorny Goblin! I'm so glad that you decided to jump in. Yes.
Thorny Goblin just followed. Yay.
Yay! Welcome in. Welcome in. And Thorny Goblin says, and depending on how she self-pubbed, she might be able to make those edits and put up a second edition. That's exactly right. BarCon is usually at the Westin. Yes, it's pretty much every night at the Westin. So yeah, at DragonCon, for those who don't know. So that would be my advice, Sophia. I would go with being encouraging, because again, somebody who's starting out at that level is already slightly higher than some other people who are starting out, right? Who may not have as much of a grip of story itself. So yeah, so that would be my suggestion. And I think Thorny Goblin's, which I love that name. I think Thorny Goblin's suggestion is also on point if they wanted to actually revise this current one. Although honestly, I often counsel writers to not do that. I mean, unless it's important. Like if you're writing more in this series, especially, and it's going to be like longer than a couple books, or, you know, whatever. I mean, then maybe go back and do revision. But also, it's always better to just move forward. Not always. It's usually better to just move forward. Let's see. Rose says, I didn't really make it to BarCon last year except for Bob's Possum Posse meetup, but I think that was a little earlier than BarCon really got going. I was too tired in the evenings to do much. Yeah, that's often one of the issues. That's why naps are good. That honestly, DragonCon is the only place I will take. It's one of the few situations where I will actively take a nap in the day. I don't do it often, even at DragonCon. But if I'm just like really dragging, I may give myself like a very short nap. It won't even be an hour. Because if it's longer than an hour, my body's like, no, we're supposed to be sleeping. Fuck off. I'm not doing anything. And I will be like a raging bitch and I will be useless to do anything productive. So, I mean, I know myself. Maybe this year though. Yeah, I usually try to make it over to BarCon at least one night. But like sometimes that's all I can make it over. And sometimes I don't make it over at all. The year before last, I think I didn't make it over at all. Last year I made it over one night. And I promptly, David Coe bought me a drink and then I left. Like, I didn't leave. I abandoned him and went and talked to other people, which was awful. And I felt so bad afterwards. I've been apologizing to him every single time I've seen him. Thorny Goblin says, yep, it's all skill development. Yes, which is why I hate the pressure to have like award-winning debuts. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. I don't know if it was here or if it was in one of our Sunday night chats, but we were talking about it recently. that I wouldn't want my first book to be award winning. I wouldn't want my first book to be a huge breakout because I would not be able to write that second book. It would be too hard. It would be too much pressure. Because I don't do good writing under pressure. I do well under a certain kind of pressure. But that kind of pressure I don't, because I don't have any control over that. I don't have any control over whether my second book is a bestseller or not. I have no control over that. So that kind of pressure I can't meet. I can't alleviate because I have no control over it. If I have some control over like what that pressure is, then I can handle it. I don't know if that makes any sense. Ariel says, I hope to make at least one night to BarCon and that the bar has White Russians this year. Did they not have it last year? That's so weird. Because, like, White Russians are super easy. They're, like, very basic. Sophia says, if we don't have VHS, we can stick with the blues. We do not have VHS, honey. We only have 4 channels. Let me see. Let me go back. Or 4 stations, rather. So we have... Hang on, it's loading. We have blues, we have classic rock, we have ambient, and we have chill. And I honestly do not want ambient or chill because that's... I'll go to sleep. I don't need that. Let's see. Reminder, anyone who hasn't contributed to the Community Point Challenge, please do so, because we're this close to making our goal. Thorny Goblin says, I think people would also be surprised how many best-selling debuts are by pen names of authors who have been writing under other pen names for a while. They just didn't wake up with those skills. Nobody woke up with those skills. Like, literally not a single human being woke up with those skills. And he just says, John Hartness has a good video on debut books talking about the whole Age of Scorpius fiasco. Yes, I saw that. Yes. Blues is fine. Okay, we will continue with blues this sprint. So we will have music, courtesy of Miss Sophia. Thank you, my friend. Come on, go back where I wanted you. All right. So, yeah, so we'll be the song that was currently playing during the break or whenever the last time I played music is the Rockabilly Shuffle A. I don't know if there's a Rockabilly Shuffle B, but, oh... Thank you, Rose. Okay, for those who are new to the channel, which are not very many people, we actually haven't done Octomuse in a while. I think we did one last week or the week before, and before that we hadn't done one in ages. So Octomuse is one of our channel mascots, and that particular award means I wear Octomuse on my head for, oh, that's too tight, for one sprint. So let me... There we go. Oh, wait, is that on? Yeah, okay. So let me open my camera controls so I can lower my camera a little so you can see her. So Octomuse is gender fluid, so you will hear me use different, wrong way. I always do it the wrong way. So you will hear me use different pronouns for her. Today she's her, or at least right now she is. Thank you, Thorny Goblin. And thank you, Rose. Thank you, Rose, for your bits on the front row with your unicorn. Clappy clap, clappy clap. All right, so Ariel says, no, it was odd. They called it dragon's milk, I believe. Like the White Russian, they just renamed it. Like if they renamed it, it's the same freaking drink. But like, I mean, it makes sense. They do that all the time. Like like at Multiverse, we actually have custom drinks, honestly. We have custom drinks. They're not regular drinks renamed. They're actually custom drinks. And that's not uncommon. And it's not even uncommon that they just rename something. But if they didn't just have white, if the White Russian is now dragon's milk, it's still the same drink. But if they just don't have White Russians at all, that's just dumb because that's such a basic drink. So, all right. I will be wearing Octomuse. Thank you, Rose. We will be listening to music. Thank you, Sophia. And let us get into it because I want to finish this damn email and I've got messages from people all over the place, so I don't know what the fuck's going on. All right, 20 minutes, y'all. And we've got an ad that starts in about a minute, just as a heads up. All right, we're ready? Let's do the thing. Here we go. Okay, y'all. How'd we do? Thank you, Rose, for the Octomuse. I'm stupid, y'all. And thank you, Sophia, for the music. I was really digging that last song, too. So I think it's 2:15, and we usually have a couple more sprints to go. I think we might go a little long today because, again, I'm feeling pretty productive. So I'm kind of afraid if I stop the stream, I'm gonna stop being productive. So Sophia finished a key scene. Yes, good job, good job. Rose says Claudia got excited and thought that was little Awu sending her kisses. Where is he? I think he's in my purse. Hang on. Hang on. Let me see. I had him on the desk. I don't know where he went. I know I had him on the desk, but I don't remember putting him in my purse. But I might have put him in my purse. Yeah, when I went to Chicago, because I thought I was going to take pictures and I just didn't. There he is. So this is, for those who are new around here, this is one of our other, oh, he needs a little love. This is one of our other stream mascots. This is Lil Awu. That's for Claudia. He and Claudia, well, Rose hasn't been streaming anymore, but when she was streaming, Claudia was her stream mascot. And they're in a long distance relationship, Lil Awu and Claudia. So yeah. But Lil Awu needs some love. He's got some straggles. So I have to talk to Pika to get her to do a little first aid on him. Sophia says it's nice when you feel like you edit the same scene 5 times and it still hasn't changed much. Clearly, I got it pretty right the first time. That is awesome. I love that. Anita says, the preliminary chicken art is done. The feet need work, but I'm going to let it sit. Here's a look. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh, I love him. I love him. I love what you did with his eyes. He's like, meh. Oh my God, Anita. This makes me so happy. You have no idea. So, yes, I also love it. I also love it. Rose says Claudia had to introduce her new sister to Lil Awu. Yes! Yes! So they will hang out at con together. We will have them at the Writer's Track staff table, all of them. I feel like we need like one of those little net baskets that little kids have in their rooms for all their stuffies. We need that for like the corner behind the... Oh my God, we could totally do that too. For the corner behind, I have 2 little hooks, like suction cup hooks, that we could probably put on the wall. We could probably put a bunch of stuffies up there, but we don't have that many stuffies. So, let's see. Ariel got some walking in by going to the kitchen for a chocolate chip cookie. See, walking and a reward. I'm down. That's a great idea. Sophia says I'm going to clean my kitchen. Oops, scroll. I'm going to clean my kitchen for 5 minutes and see how far that takes me. All right, valid. Yes, wouldn't that be cool? That would be fun. Although, I forgot I had those hooks. I have to see where my other, I use them in the bathrooms when I go to hotels because hotels have stopped having useful areas in the shower. Now that they're like, they've taken away all the shelving and stuff like that in the showers because now they're like, oh, you've got shampoo, conditioner, and body wash in little containers hanging from the wall. You don't need anything else. And it's like, bitch, have you seen my toiletry bag? Come on now. Come on. Also, I'm not using your crappy shampoo and hair conditioner on my hair. I say as my hair is like, looks really awful today. But, yeah, no, I can't use your shit on my hair. Are you insane? No. So, yeah. So, I actually travel with a little suction cup shelf that I can put in showers. And I have a single suction cup hook for my shower loofah thing. So, yeah. So, and one of the things that I've been talking to Dan, who is my second, and he and I are talking about like ways we want to decorate the room next year. And I want y'all, all the volunteers, and I say y'all because Rose is one of the volunteers, to give some suggestions for like next year, that we can do to like spruce up the room a little. All right, enough of that. Let's get back into it. I feel like we should have taken another break by now. I feel like we should be taking a break here. Should we be taking a break here? Let's give it 5 more minutes since we're going to go long anyway. Let's give it 5 more minutes. Or 5 more minutes. Let's give it one more sprint, and then we'll take a little break, and then we'll do a few more sprints after that. Does that sound good? All right. 20 minutes, y'all. I got to make a phone call. So if you see me talking, that's why. All right. We ready? 20 minutes. Here we go. Okay, y'all, that's the end of that sprint. Okay, I need to turn the sound up a little bit. Oh, it's already... My sound is already at max for that, and it's still not very loud. I wonder if there's a sound setting here. Yes, there is a sound setting. Timer sounds. We're gonna turn that shit up. All right. So we're gonna see if that makes things better. All right. How did everybody do that round? Sophia got her kitchen clean. Great job. Great job. And welcome in, Diz. Good to see you today. How are you doing? What you working on? This upcoming is usually our last sprint, but I am feeling pretty productive, so I'm gonna keep going. So I tried to make the phone call. I need to add somebody to my hotel reservation for Dragon Con because we're gonna, over time, transfer the room. But they're clearly very busy because it kept ringing through, and occasionally getting cut off or going back to the operator. So I'm gonna wait a little while because also it's like 2:30, which, people check-in time is 3 o'clock at the hotel, so this is probably not an ideal time to call them anyway. So I'll wait a little while, and if not, I'll call them tomorrow morning. All right. So how did you guys do? So we're gonna take a quick break. Because I need more tea and I need to use the restroom. So if you need to do either of those things or you need to get something to nibble on, I feel like I want something to nibble on also. A little snacky snack. And so this is that time to do that. So if you need to do those things, please feel free to take this time to do it. And if you have been sitting this whole time, especially because we've been busting ass, man. So you want to get up, move around a little bit so your body remembers that it knows how to move. Also, final reminder of the stream, if you have not as yet taken your meds, and you should have taken your meds by now, take your damn meds. We want you around a while. Sophia says, I'm going to brag because this is the 3rd day in a row when I've completed my to-do list. Yes! Awesome! That's amazing! I can't even do that 2 days in a row. I can't even do that 1 day. I don't know what I'm talking about. So, Anita worked a little on her pirate book. That's very exciting. Yay. Awesome, awesome. All right. So, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to go do my things. You go do your things. And we'll meet back here in 5. Sound good? And we're going to listen to some more blues while we're running around doing our stuff. All right, y'all. Here we go. I like that song. That's the kind of music I like. Like, I mean, I like other music, but that's the kind of blues I like. Um, Sophia's going to bed. Good night, Sophia. I hope I didn't miss you. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. And Ariel got more rest. Good. Rest up, friend, because next week's going to be crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh. All right. So I brought a snack. So my friend Holly was in Taiwan. I picked her up Sunday. Yes, Sunday morning. And she got me these. Hang on. Okay. And she got me these. I'll show you what it is. This is a taro, which is like a vegetable paste. Like they sweeten it. But it's also really cool. It's like in this little, very delicate sort of pastry. You see the little flakes. It's kind of like phyllo dough. And it's kind of in the shape of a rose or a flower, but on the inside is this yarrow paste. It's kind of like starchy. So there's the inside. It's very tasty. But also a little messy. All right. So that's my little snacky snack. Okay. Shall we get back into it? I'm still working on emails. And that's really what I'm working on, is just emails. Okay. Ready? 20 minutes, y'all. Here we go. Okay. That was louder. That was good. Hey, y'all. How did you do? How did you do? Valerie, welcome in. Glad you could join us. Huzzah. Huzzah. Oh, my husband just slammed the front door. Anyway, glad you could join us. So I did a bunch of random things. Oh, I have a notification. All right. Weird. Okay. So I am still working on an email to the volunteers, and this is really like, this is how the tracks work. This is how you get your badges. This is da-da-da-da-da, right? And so just some guidance on what it's like to volunteer for my track, because we have several people who are like half the team, about half the team is returning. And then the other half are new. So they don't know what the hell's going on. So yeah. Anita says, Ingram is back online. So I'm uploading my book. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. So, yeah, we're probably going to do 2 more sprints, maybe 3, but probably at least 2. So, Valerie, you lucked out today. You lucked out. Let me actually double check. Let me look at my calendar and make sure that it is actually okay for me to. Oh, Oh, wait, that's Thursday. I'm looking at the entirely wrong week. All right. So, yeah, I don't have anything else tonight. So, yeah. So yes, we're going to keep going. How'd everybody else do? So Anita checked in. Valerie, your slush reading, how'd it go? And Rose, how is the day job? So tomorrow, J.D. Vance is going to be in Peachtree City, which is, all the news outlets are like, J.D. Vance is going to Metro Atlanta. No, he's not. He's not going to Metro Atlanta. He's going to a little white, very well-off community. It's not even technically a suburb of Atlanta, because it is literally an hour from the edge of the city. From not from downtown, from the edge of the city. So, yeah. But that also happens to be the town that Multiverse is in. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he totally is. He totally is, Valerie. Yes. So, Stone of a Peach. Yeah. So, I know that there are protests being organized. 50-51 are organizing a protest. I think it's 50-51. Maybe not. It might be the Peachtree. I think it's the Peachtree City Dems. They're organizing a protest at one of the major intersections because they haven't said where he's going to be. They have not announced where he's actually going. Because of course they haven't. All right, let me scroll back up, see what folks are saying. Let's see, even if I did have something on my schedule, I should cancel it and stay with y'all. I mean, that would be awesome. But I don't have anything, so I don't even have to make that decision, thank God, because I am so decision fatigued, it's ridiculous. All right, so Valerie says, in better news, last night my husband went to the COEDA meeting about rezoning for a data center, and the place was packed with angry people. Good. Good. We do not need any data centers. We do not need any places where they're doing AI, where it'll poison all of the earth around it, where they're going to use all of our fresh water. You know, we don't need that shit. We don't need that shit. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know what the millionaires are going to do when they've killed off all their worker bees, because Lord knows they ain't got to do nothing. They don't know how to, they literally have no life skills in how to do anything useful. Rose says, I've been nomming some foods and trying to focus on the stupid project I need to get finished before leaving next week. But you know what? If you like hyper focus on it and get it done, you won't have to think about it at all before next week. I'm just saying. If you just like hunker down and focus, then you can just skim along and do Dragon Con stuff for the next several days. So, our electric bills will triple. Of course. Of course. I hate this timeline, y'all. Fucking hate it. So, alright. But that's okay. We're gonna keep doing what we're doing, right? We're gonna keep doing what we're doing. So, I'm gonna finish up this email. It's a little bit longer than my other ones because I'm trying to cover, like, stuff that they need to know. So, yeah. So, another 20 minutes on the clock, yeah? Yeah. All right, let's go. Here we go, guys. Okay, y'all. That's the end of that sprint. How'd you do? How did you do? I know Ariel took off. I'm still writing that email. It's very long. I also pulled up the DragonCon app to check a couple things. I wanted to see if I could find some stuff in that app, but it's not in the app. So that sidetracked me a little bit. Yeah. So how'd you do? Also, Valerie, are you with us? If you're with us, if you donate, if you contribute 1,000 points to our 6-hour stream challenge, you will bump us up over our goal. Yes! Yes! Huzzah! Yay! We did it! Thank you, Valerie. Huzzah! Okay. It's weird I don't have any sounds associated with that. Yes, Rose. Yes. Thank you, Valerie. So, we will, that'll be after DragonCon. I am not doing it before DragonCon. It'll be sometime in September. A quick look at my calendar. It will most likely be the 13th. It might be the beginning of October. No, I can't do it the 4th because I've got that. So, it might be a Sunday. No, it can't be a Sunday because I've got the thing in the evening and that'll just wear me out. It's probably going to end up being the 13th. Is probably when it'll have to be. So, yeah. Overnight stream from DragonCon. Girl, you don't think I'm gonna have enough to do? Come on now. Unless you want to do it for me. We should do that. We should do a TWT weekend streamathon. So, let's see. Anita got her book uploaded. Now wait 3 to 5 days for the digital proof and then be able to order a print proof. Yes. Oh. Valerie says, now I have to fight with Amazon because they won't let me claim authorship of my book that is under a pen name. Yeah, that's a pain in the ass. I'm sorry. Amazon's just the worst to deal with. They really, really are. They really, really are. Honestly. I mean, honestly, any corporation is the worst to deal with. It, you know, I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, good luck, my friend. Godspeed. And may the odds be ever in your favor. So, all right. So, this next sprint, I don't have enough to do. Shut up. Anita says, I'll finally have a print copy without the ugly Amazon proof banner. Yes. I hate that. I know it's annoying. Although in some cases it can be fun because if you give them away or whatever, people think they're getting something really cool. So, you know, it's annoying, but yeah. So this round I'm going to finish this email because it's almost done. It's a lot longer than the other email because there's just so much information because we have, like I said, we have several new volunteers and they just don't have any idea like what their duties are. So I kind of, and as someone who gets anxiety when she doesn't have any idea what to expect, I try to give people an idea of what to expect. So yeah, but I'm almost done. I was doing a read through and adding some things and changing some things. So I'm going to continue to do that read through and then send that out. And then I have to start working on that spreadsheet. With all of I want to see if there's a way I can actually export my track from the DragonCon system. So my previous director, who was older, and so she was not as tech savvy, and you know, I'm not nearly as tech savvy as young folks, only because they grew up with it. I mean, I've been around as it's been growing, so there's a lot of newer stuff I'm not tech savvy at all. But this stuff I can do. So, but she used to just like copy and paste the information into Word, and usually it would go off the page because she didn't know how to do that. So I'd have to turn it to landscape or like highlight it all and then make it significantly smaller so it would fit so I could actually see all the information. But there's got to be a way to like export it into some form. I mean, there doesn't got to be a way, but I feel like there should be a way. So anyway, so that's so I am going to finish this email. See if I can do that. Check the spreadsheet or create the spreadsheet. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. Are we chugging along, y'all? So this will be the final sprint, I think, of the stream. And we've only got like 3 people hanging out, so I don't think I'm going to raid. I think we're just going to close the stream down. Yeah, so, because it's almost 4 o'clock my time. And yeah, I don't have the decision-making skills right now or the brain power to raid. So we're just going to wind it down. All right. Last sprint of the stream, y'all. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I was all like, I finally think I've finished this email. I realized there was a whole section that I was leaving out that was necessary. So I put that in, and then now I'm like literally doing the final read through. So, and it was just so in it, I wasn't even paying any attention to the timer, even though it was literally on the screen 3 inches away from the email I was reading. So, how did you guys do? How did it go, that last sprint of the stream? While y'all are checking in, I'm going to go over the events of the week as I know them. So tomorrow we'll be doing this again at noon. I don't know if we're going to go later than 3, but we'll be doing at least noon to 3 as usual. Then on Friday, we have the summer morning writing group with Sarah from 7 a.m. until 8 a.m. These are all Eastern time, by the way. Then at 1 o'clock, I will be hosting our Zoom co-working. It goes from 1 until 2:30. That evening at 7 o'clock, Amelia will be hosting her 30-minute writing sprint. She goes from 11 till about 9. On Saturday, we have our Saturday Discord sprints with James. He will be in the Discord server at 11 a.m. In the voice channel of the sprinting section. So pop in there and he'll be there waiting for you, and he goes until 1 p.m., 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. On Sunday, we have the Sunday morning write-in with Lisa Raby, and that is at 10 a.m. She goes from 10 until 12. Then Sunday evening, we have our usual Zoom chat at 7 p.m., and that goes till 8:30. Now, I was late getting my events up, but that event is up with the poll. So if you have not voted yet, which you probably haven't, because I just put it up today because I forgot I didn't do it on Monday, because that's how my life is right now. But we have a post inside of the event in the Facebook group where you can vote on the topic or topics of your choice. Feel free to suggest additional topics. Our topic list is getting a little low. So feel free, if you have 1 or 2 topics, please don't like put 15 topics in there, because then we'll have to close for topics. Just like 1 or 2 topics is good. So yeah, so that's at 7 p.m. We go till about 8:30. Then on Monday, we have the summer morning writing group with Sarah again at 7 a.m. She goes from 7 until 8. At noon, I don't think Tiffany's doing these anymore, but I'm going to say we have kick off the week co-working with Tiffany from 12 to 2. But at 2 p.m., we have sprints and meditation with Mr. Joe Compton. He goes from 2 until 4. On Tuesday, we have writing sprints with Amelia at 7 p.m. again. And that brings us around to next Wednesday, 7 a.m. We have summer morning writing group with Sarah. And then we'll be doing this again at noon. Actually, we may not. Actually, we probably won't. I'm going to make a decision on that later, because I will be packing that day. I will also be picking Toby up from the airport. So there's a very good chance that I'm not going to be doing sprints. So tomorrow may be the last sprint, the last stream until after DragonCon. So I'll think about it though, and I'll look more closely at my schedule for Wednesday. I'm not sure what time his flight comes in. So yeah. So tomorrow may be the last one. I'll look at it more closely and make a decision soon. Anita worked a little more on the Air Pirates book opening scene and fiddled with the titles. All right, good job. Okay, y'all, we did a great job today. Like I said, I think I'm just closing down today because I don't really feel like going to find somebody to raid. So we're just going to wrap it up. But we do have our cute new little spirit guy that we found, and he's freaking adorable. So, all right. Y'all have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye, bye, bye.